Hello. How are you? I'm back. I'm back in the digital realm, scrying to you live. Let me pull myself fully through here. Whoop! Here we are! Whew. What a week! What a week! I don't know where to start. I was supposed to take a vacation last week. And that did not happen. It was not really a vacation in the first place, actually, for that matter. It was more or less traveling to visit family. And this family was moving out of the area, so they're moving pretty much far away from where I can go visit them, especially coming out of the void forest. So I'm sad. I won't be able to see them, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to make another trip. Maybe go in the fall and actually take transportation to get there instead of driving. But I'm back again, and I have a 2-week-old manicure that I need to get all fixed up. It was meant to last me through my trip, and it has. It's held up, but I have a small crack and on one of my nails, and the polish itself is definitely growing out quite a bit. So it is time. It's time. I'm here. I made it. I made it back. I pretty much spent the week in bed. Yeah. But I'm feeling much better now, which is so nice. It's so nice to be able to think right, like not have brain fog, be able to clean up, tidy up, unpack from my non-trip. Yeah, this is a non-trip. Let's dive into it. Let's switch on over. Hello. These fingies are ready. So I'm gonna move right on over here. Okay. I got a couple things to do before I start taking my nail polish off. I have a couple crafts and catch up to do items. Reggie, you gotta go all the way up, buddy. There you go, buddy. That should work. Although he's in the way of the chat a little bit. Let me see. Reggie, where do you want to go today? I'll move out of the way of you. You come next to me, hang out over here, buddy? Buddy, my friend? I know I'm in the way right now. I'll move. Let's take a look though. This is last week's manicure. It's holding up. You can see the magnetic coming through on that design still. The holographic. If I get real close, it'll be shiny. Ooh, shiny. But there's a good gap of growth coming through. You can kind of see. I think I have autofocus on. Let me see if I can focus in here. Not quite. That's all right. You can see from here the gap between my cuticle and the polish is ready to be painted. So I'm gonna have to take the polish off, of course. Okay, a little feather. Before we get started, I wanted to clean up a little bit more. Get the get this desk space nice and ready for more. I got goop. It's like a desk cleaning goop with all this glitter from the chrome powder. It's keyboard goop too, so you can use it on your keyboard if you need to. Getting all this. Glitter is like, the old saying is like the herpes of craft surprise. Yeah, it would be a surprise. Craft supplies, because it just does not go away. It's true. I also share this room with animals, so there's plenty of hair to go around. Keyboard cleaning gel. Just that easy. That easy. Just don't let it get stuck in your clothes. And I want to light my candle. Maybe a little smaller. I got this Zippo a little while back. I have a secret special interest in movies. I love movies so much. I could talk to you about most movies except the extremely avant-garde kind. Haven't seen a couple of new ones though. I want to see The Backrooms, Disclosure Day. What else? Haven't seen The Devil Wears Prada 2 yet. Toy Story. Dude, you were just like... It was just working. It was just working. It's camera shy. You could do it, buddy. I just filled it with fluid. This is so funny. Hey, 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 hey. A little bit of coaxing. Maybe it's because it doesn't get used enough. New wicks always take a minute to get moving. Moving. Like some dangling stuff here. One of these days you're gonna see me catch something on fire during this stream, I'm sure of it. And then I'll be the Vtuber who went viral for setting her shit on fire. Hope not. Do we have... Let's double check this lighting. Make sure we have the light on. Yes, we're good. We're good. We're clean. We're ready to go. Now, how about a tarot to get it kicked off for the day? For the scrying session. One thing about this box I made is it's a little bit hard to open up when you have nails like this. It kind of likes to stick to itself just because it's like snug. So I'm going to use a tool. Number one rule of nail painting, okay? These are not tools. You get breaks. You get breaks if you try to open your boxes with just regular old nails. Like you get a break like this one. This is where my crack is. It's hiding underneath this design. Nah. We'll fix it. It's always fixable. Well, no, it's not always fixable. It's mostly fixable. I haven't shuffled these up. I fear I messed. They're so difficult to handle. It's such a large deck. Most decks are like half as skinny as these are. It's just the card stock, or I suppose the material that was used to make the cards. It wasn't cardstock that I used. What was this just fell? Do another one of these. I was doing some draws of these earlier and I was getting reverse cards, and it was while I was sick, and I was just like, yeah, I know. I know my strength is gone. I'm aware of that. Like, I pulled strength in reverse and I'm like, I understand. I guess sometimes there's nothing new to say. The cards have nothing new to say. They just kind of want to remind you that they can see you, they know what's going on, how you're doing, all that jazz. I want to like blind pull it. I'm not looking. I'm gonna pull maybe, well, how many cards? What do I want to pull for? I have a sign next to me that I'm looking at. It says dreams, love, luck, fate. That sounds like a good pull for cards. I'll show the sign. Yeah. And the last part, tarot, is just the obvious part. One for dreams. I'm gonna have to do these one at a time. And reverse again. Why? Snowman. The ace. The ace of pentacles. Okay. My dreams. What about my love? Oh, Celeste. That's nice. The star. Oh, that's good. Yes, it's true. I do love my partner. My partner, the bear. I choose the bear. In the hypothetical, would you choose a bear over a man if you had the option? I'd choose the bear. I did choose the bear. Okay. Well, now luck. Another pentacles. Kicks is the 7 of pentacles. Okay. I'm just ruffling, rummaging through, just like. Okay, and then fate. That's a scary one. Wordle. 5. The fist. You can see. He has the fist icon. His number is 5. His dice roll. He is the 8 of pentacles. And that's quite interesting. I pulled the 7 and the 8 in succession, along with the ace. Dreams are in reverse. Which is not very good news when you just start a scrying session and you just start your stream. I'm dreaming here, bro. I don't want this sin to be in reverse. I want to be for forward momentum. I'm pondering my orb. He's got the Aurora Borealis. The star is nice. So I suppose I'm being assisted in luck and fate by the 7th and the 8th. They'll get me through. I'm pretty sure that's what that's about. Okay, boys, give me the strength. We can do it together. Thank you for your time. Now, what else do I have to do today? I have to repair. To do a bit of sewing. Repair my sleeve. I'm pretty sure I've reattached these before, but my cherries came off my sleeve. My cherries! Les cerise! Les cerise! This will be a short fix. I just need some thread. Though not sure I have any red thread. Red thread. Or I have pink thread. Here's some red thread. Lucky. I think I've had this little thread kit far too long. But you know what? Today's the day. I'm using thread. Never know what you're gonna need. Just don't be a hoarder. I should. Pretty sure I only need a little bit. Okay. But you do need a needle, right? I have one right here. Threading the needle. It's not as difficult as it seems. It's pretty easy. Just, if you need to, you can just lick the end of the thread. It's a matter of physics. Come on, buddy. You know what? This is just like the Zippo where I'm like, oh, it's not too hard, and then it doesn't work. It's through. It's through. See, not too bad. This will only take a second. Just find the spot I want to reattach laces. And I'm going to start by just knotting the red thread on the back of them. Red thread. It's just fun to say that. Red thread. Whether the threader is red or whether the threader is dead, she'll be the threader. Whether the leather is red. I'm not trying to knot it. Just want to knot it. Knot it. And I did the thing where the thread came off the needle. There are little tools you can use to rethread. I have one. They're pretty cool. Cool little doodads. If you've never sewed before, pretty handy to have something that'll do it for you. All right. Singing on a string. Hanging on a string. Just want to tie this so that it's oriented correctly. So I'm just gonna basically stab through the string that's already there. Make sure I don't get my thread wound up. And then I will only need a couple passes. I say this, and it's come off before, but I probably did an even faster jog the last time, so I'm gonna just give it 10 knots. 10 knots. I'm going at 10 knots. I'm going at the speed of 10 knots. 10 knots an hour. It's a bit satisfying just sitting here stabbing with the needle. It's basically how it works. Stab and pull. Okay, it's 3. 3 is now 10. 10 is 10. 3 saw 3. kind of trying to get it at a couple different angles so that it does not, it's not like flopping around on the spot where it's anchored. I think that's good. That was probably 7. 7, 8, 9. You want me to say the thing? Should I say the thing? Am I a cool hip person? Can I say, this is glued together? Six. Monty Python. Best movies ever made. Holy Grail. Just gonna tuck this back in here. I'm not even gonna take the thread off because what if I need it again? My little pouch. These are my fancy scissors. Fancy sewing scissors. They actually hang out somewhere. My regular ones are not the cool ones. My regular ones. They're not as cool. They're not as cool. But they sure will get the job done. They're super sharp. Why use the regular ones when you can use the nice one? Got a little bit hanging right here. Let's get it. And cat hair. Fixed. All better. It's worth fixing your things. It's really worth it. I fixed a picture frame earlier with some super glue. The picture frame had fallen off the wall, and it was the second time it had fallen off the wall. Second frame I had bought. I did not want to buy another frame. That would have been the third frame I would have to buy for that specific wall. Ain't no way that's gonna happen. So I fixed it, and it is fixed. It's gonna be back on the wall again. I'm so happy. It's a really nice picture. Oh, a second chat. Some water. I'm lying, it's Pepsi. Why lie? Why lie? I don't know. So it feels like, so, you know, it's like Pepsi. I'm not being healthy. I need the caffeine. Okay, got some polish out. Now I just need to take the polish off. So I'm gonna move a little bit now. Into the corner. Oh, I'm a crow face. I got crow face. Here I am. It's definitely me, guys. I'm ready to paint my nails. Oh, Reggie, don't be shy. Look how shy he is. Just come over here. Come hang out over here. Okay, hopefully I'm not in the way here. Candle is still going. It's not gonna burn my hat. I'm in the void. I'm half in the void. Okay, I'm gonna put these shimmers. These are all shimmers. This is I guess this is a peek ahead into the polish I'm gonna be using. But I want to organize. I love to organize. So I just want to put them in rainbow order. lime yellow. Yeah, that's right. All right. Okay. This is the part where we're just gonna chat for like 10 minutes because I gotta take the nail polish off. So I'll use my acetone. This acetone has special stuff in it. So it's not straight acetone. It has it's like glycerin. It's a mix of glycerin and something that smells good, like some scent. What else does it have in it? Turn that down. How is that? Is it a little better? Music down. Something else in it. There's something else, another ingredient. You know, people in the nail polish community, in the indie nail polish world sell it. I think I got this last one off of Polish Pickup. Polish Pickup is like indie collab group that sells polish monthly. I'm not sponsored. This is just a place, a very popular place where you can get polish and other polish supplies like base coat, top coat, miscellaneous things, and nail polish. And nail polish, that's the draw. Is every month they have a theme, and then the theme actually itself is voted on by people in their community, like on Facebook, on the internet, the scariest internet realm that is Facebook. It's like one of the scariest places on the internet, or maybe that's an exaggeration, but yeah, the Facebook people, they vote on the theme, and then the nail polish makers who participate every month will make specific nail polish based on that theme. So they go live at the beginning of the month on the shopping site, and you can browse, like, I guess they have like 40 different makers a month. So there's like a variety of different types of polish. This is broken. Sometimes the makers kind of cheese it, and the polish is just like, you can kind of tell they didn't really try to make it based on the theme, but maybe it's still a nice polish. In any case, that's where I buy a lot of supplies, including the not the drying drops, the additive. So it's like acetone additive is what they call it. And I keep a different top on my acetone bottles. The black top is the additive, and the white top is the one with straight acetone. That's how I differentiate them. I would put clips on my other hand, but it's really hard to put them on when you already have the clips on or do anything, honestly. So I'm just gonna chill. It takes like 5 minutes before the polish can come off. But I am doing better. I'm doing much better. I hope everybody in chat is doing well. It's kind of nice having a late night Saturday nail polish session. My energy is getting up. I get more energy the more the day goes on. So the first half of the day is usually very tiring. I have to do some medical stuff, and I'm like struggle to stay awake. And then most of the time later in the day, that kind of goes away, and I start to feel better. And here we are. So I'm a late night person. Late night, dark, spooky late nights. I am going to use white. I need to pick out my base colors. Maybe like a cream white. I have one of those. Can you hear the polish rustling around? The click clack of polish in the background. Reggie, what you doing? You stuck to me. Don't be stuck to me. Get your own spot. Polish, where polish. Getting distracted. What kind of designs I'm going for is a spiral sort. Not quite a full spiral, but more of like an illusionary spiral. I want to do that on one hand, and then I want to practice some freehand painting on my other hand with just like just black. So I'm kind of going for a monochrome black and white for my base, and then these shimmers will go over the top, and they will make what a friend lovingly calls a shimmer witch, like a sandwich but with shimmers. With your nail polish and your sandwiching your shimmers. Okay, got two different types of white to use, and then the black will be for detailing. I'm shaking all the polish to mix them up. You gotta incorporate the pigments, so like sometimes they'll settle. These look pretty good. These look pretty good. The shimmers themselves, these are Pinnacle Polish brand. This is a maker is based out of San Francisco, and these were all part of the same collection. This lime one is called Hint of Lime because they're all themed after a spicy water, like carbonated flavored waters, spicy waters. So they have fun names like Transported in a Truck Near Bananas, as in the flavor of the water might be like, you know, just like the slightest flavor. Like sometimes those sodas are just tasteless. Is the joke? Okay. Oh, that's what I thought. I just pulled the cotton pad off, and it's only about halfway because we did basically a second manicure over the top of the first one. So there's like 2 manicures in one on this hand. So it's gonna maybe take a little longer. Kind of wish I had my Campfire Stories booklet. Ooh, that came off really well. There's only a little bit left. Nice. It's always satisfying. It's more satisfying when it comes off all in one, but that does mean that we're getting closer. It kind of makes my fingers feel a little cold. The acetone is has like a chemical reaction where it kind of chills the fingers a little bit. Fine if there's a little bit of glitter left on the nail for the next manicure, because it'll be covered up. I'll often have just like the slightest little, not like this. These are chunky holographic pieces, so I need to get them off the nail. Otherwise, it'll be like a bumpy texture, and it won't look good. The paint won't really sit right. But if it's not chunky glitter, if it's more of a shimmer where the pigments are really small, so they're really fine, that's why they're shimmery like that. Those kinds of glitters can stay on the nail pretty well when you're changing over your manicure. Gonna need to clean out my acetone basin and get my brushes. Okay, I have tweezers. I can clean this out while we're waiting. I might even be able to use one of these cotton pads, but I'll get something else. Do I have something else? Yes. just like a tissue. What kind of world would it be if we didn't have fingers? Kind of like the in everywhere. Oh, it's another tongue twister. Everything, everywhere at once. Fantastic movie. Please tell me if you've seen the movie. I would love to know that if you've seen that one. And there's it's not really a spoiler, but there's characters in there that have very funny fingers. Like, the joke is that their fingers are not tactile like ours. I don't want to spoil anything though. It has been, when did that movie come out? I think that came out 2021. So if you haven't seen it yet, you should get on that. Okay, I'm pretty sure these will be done by now. Yeah. Just wipe off the rest of the excess. Some of these glitters are stubborn, but they can stay. It's not gonna matter. They're fine. This is kind of what I mean when I say glitter fingers. Sometimes the glitter just sticks around no matter what you do. All right, one done. Woo, the light. Can you hear that? Let's see, get some more light in here. It's like a earthquake went off. It's always earthquakes. There's always earthquakes on my scry. All right. I hate earthquakes so much. In real life. Very terrifying. Thankfully, I don't have like an irrational fear of earthquakes, because I already have an irrational fear of volcanoes. So I don't need a secondary irrational fear of earthquakes. I have a rational fear of earthquakes, having experienced them. It's quite frightening. But I do have an irrational fear of volcanoes. I watched Dante's Peak as a child, as like a 6-year-old child. Well, how old? I'm not quite sure. Young witch watched this totally real documentary about volcanoes called Dante's Peak, and is scared the baloney out of me. So when I use these cotton pads, I just refold them to get a clean side. And that way I can use them for 2 hands. I kind of press them on there. That's what I'm doing, is I'm like pressing them on to make sure they're gonna squeeze my fingers enough for it, where the acetone will start to soak into the polish. I pre-filed my nails, so they do not need to be filed. But once the polish is off, that's when I kind of do a little bit of cuticle work. Take a look at how my nails are doing. I'm just using this orange stick to chip away at the little polish glitter pieces that don't want to go. Go away, glitter. Dante's Peak has Pierce Brosnan in it. Why would he do that to me? Why would Pierce Brosnan scare a poor little child? Why would he do that to me? That movie is so scary. There's like a part where there's like this boiling lake, and this woman this old lady, the grandma of this story, like walks into the water, or they're in a boat in the middle of the lake, and somebody has to get into the water, and it just like eats their legs. It's just so... No, please don't turn off again. I need to get some duct tape. The seagulls are attacking. I don't know if you can hear the seagulls. I have some nice nature sounds I can play. Water sounds. That's always nice. I don't think you'll hear them though. Pierce Brosnan. I liked him as a James Bond. I watched all those movies with him. Daniel Craig just really pulled that role off. He really embodied the modern James Bond. It's funny to think that Ian Fleming, old Ian Fleming, the man who wrote the books, did not think that Sean Connery was an appropriate choice for James Bond because he was too muscular. Like, in the pictures of Sean Connery are like, he's like, just like, he's got like a dad bod. He's like, he's pretty muscular. He looks good. I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's a stark difference between his physique and Daniel Craig's physique. I'm tempted to take the clips off, but I know it hasn't been enough time. Ooh, my little book. My little book. Can I reach all the way over there? Ooh, can I reach? Arm. Flesh. 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 This little book is so cute. I've had this forever. Let's see what kind of advice it gives us. This is positive affirmations with Witchy Lauren. Please let this be positive affirmation. I'm begging you. This says, my mother drew a distinction between achievement and success. She said that achievement is the knowledge that you have studied and worked hard and done the best that is in you. Success is being praised by others, and that's nice too, but not as important or satisfying. Always aim for achievement and forget about success. Helen Hayes. Maybe that's the advice that I need to listen to. Maybe that's what the Ace of Pentacles was trying to tell me in the card draw. And I do believe in that. I do believe that doing is more important. Lauren is actually derivative of laurel, as in a wreath of laurels. And that's something that I've struggled with, having that name, is the thought that my name represents accomplishment or achievement. And so it's sort of a nominative determinative. My dyslexia. Nominative. I'm having a strong. I can't say it. I can hear it I can see it in my head. I can see the word. The term for when you have a name that is related to you or person or identity. So I have struggled with that thought that you know, it's like achievement is what our culture strives for. It's really hard to put that aside and only focus on not the success but the achievement. All right, let's check these nails. That's something to meditate on. Hey, mostly. My camera is stuttering, I can see, and I'm trying to see if there is a setting. What do we have? Video quality. Try that. Okay. Give it a go. Okay, so I have a patch I need to do on this nail that's a little broken. And then base coat. Doing the rub it off. The rub it off method doesn't really work. Is a true sentence that I just said. And one thing I don't like about the cotton pads when you're touching them is sometimes you can get the polish off on your hand. It does look like this patch is holding, and I want to forewarn you, if you see any redness, it's not any kind of blood or anything like that. I had red polish on, and it got into the crack of the nail, and then the patch that I did over that sealed that in there, so it may look as though it's injured. You can kind of see that little red spot. It is cracked, but it's not like injured, if that makes sense. That it's not like blood or anything. I don't want to say the B word. B word. It's a bitch ass nail. I'm afraid to say blood, but swearing, totally fine. I don't like gore. I just don't like it. Can't do it. Makes me a bit nauseous. But I can heal. I can fix it. Needs to sit a little bit longer. I can fix a cracked nail, no problem. I have had some pretty bad ones though. Went for a walk one time with my dogs, and I didn't oil my nails beforehand. I've talked about this before, but nails are kind of like wood material, which with all of the innuendo that I've been saying so far is a really funny thing to say, but it's true. And keeping your nails oiled is kind of important for their integrity and longevity, especially when you're wearing polish. So this is a little bottle of nail oil. I just refilled this the other day actually, and you keep it. I like you kind of just put it on the nails, like that's all you really do, and it soaks up. Kind of like a good comparison is if you have a cutting board, a wooden cutting board. You really should wash it and do a layer of some kind of oil, but specifically you can use like orange oil if you have a board that you use more specifically for like fruit or something, if you divide what purpose you're using your boards for. But if you're just using the one for like regular meals and stuff, an unscented varnish slash oil is not a varnish. That's not right. I'm picturing in my head. This is my problem. I'm a visual thinker, so I always have to picture what I'm thinking about and then describe it. And since I don't have it, it's not easy to describe. But we have like a little pot of beeswax. God, I keep bees, and I'm struggling to think of beeswax. Yeah, like a beeswax sort of pot of it's technically oil. It's technically oil, but it's more, thick and solidified like a coconut oil. Coconut oil would probably work too, but beeswax is good because it seals the wax. Not only does the oil that's included in it restore the wood and seal the cracks, but the wax itself will protect the wood. And that's kind of like a base coat on nails. It's kind of similar in that way, but keeping them oiled also protects the integrity of your nails, kind of like the wax protects the wood. So what I'm doing now is this is a cuticle stick. It's glass. It's like it's a different version of a regular nail file like this. This is a glass nail file. They work a lot better than a regular emery board. I don't use emery boards. Emery boards use like a sandpaper, like legitimately. The glass is etched with different grit size. So it works the same as an emery board when you're filing your nails. I mean, you are shaving your nails when you're filing them, that is true. Now I'm just observing and doing some final shaping before I put a base coat on. How's this part of my nail growing out looking? Okay. See, that redness is not, it looks redder on camera than in person. That's just my skin. There's no crack there or any injury or anything. This right hand has been growing out all year so far, but I think I'm getting there. I've got a decent length. My pinky broke a couple months ago. Maybe that was last month. So it's not the same length as the other ones, so that's all right. I'm waiting for it to just grow out. Okay, I'm gonna file off the old patch on this nail because it's starting to crack. And the once the crack goes past the nail bed, then I'll be able to file down my nails. File this whole section off. The whole free edge will come off because I otherwise, once the crack gets past the nail bed to the free edge, the stability is gone. It's pretty much danger zone because the nail bed is what's keeping this crack from getting worse right now, along with my patch. But there's not gonna be any stability left once it reaches the free edge. And so I'll just file my nail down. And then it'll probably be the same length as my pinky at that point, and then I can start to file everything else down. I'm just testing it. There's like this old acrylic material from the patch on here. I'm just kind of picking it off and seeing where it's still on there. Okay, I don't want to do too much. Don't want to take off too much natural nail plate there where the crack is. It's really, it's on its last legs right here. I don't want it to get worse. We'll make it through though. We'll make it to the end. Surviving a crack is like, it's an achievement when your mother, I can't believe this. The seagulls every time. You can't hear it. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's these seagulls every time it restarts. They start cawing at me. I'm not a fan of seagulls. They can be kind of aggressive trash eaters. They're like rat birds for real. Pigeons are okay. Pigeons are okay. They're not as dirty as everybody makes them out to be. Seagulls are the real trash birds. Pigeons are innocent. It's kind of like comparing a street rat to like a home pet. Okay, I don't need a lot of glue for this patch. It's not actually that big. And the super glue, once it's on the nail, I'm just gonna dip my nail in this powder. I'm gonna blow off the excess. And I'm gonna leave it like that to let it dry. Because this powder is acrylic powder, and with the nail glue, they'll fuse together and make a patch. Very easy. Just takes a little to dry. So give me 1 second here. I'm gonna have a drink of not water. I need to fix this outlet. I need some duct tape. Oh, not the seagulls. They're coming for us, chat. Coming for our chips and our fish. Okay. We are otherwise ready to paint a base coat. I'm doing white base coat on both hands. I'm gonna do a more opaque on... Now I'm divided if I should just use this white on both hands. I also have a different kind of white. Maybe I'll switch it with the Orly. Orly's really in hot water right now because people are upset that they did the J.K. Rowling Harry Potter collaborations. I just have old Orly polish from, truly, honestly, not lying, from before all of that. I had like a subscription back in like 2021. You know, and I believe in using what you have. Like, I've already bought it. I'm not going to throw out my polish. I'm just going to use it and then tell people that I don't really support the brand. This brand, Monarch Lacquer, this is a great brand. And the owner of this is one of the co-owners of Polish Pickup. So it now I'm like repping this brand. It's really gonna sound like I'm sponsored or promoting. It's a good company. I would promote Polish Pickup. They could fucking sponsor me. Well, maybe not if I use the F word, right? Okay, so this acrylic powder is gonna dry, and it's gonna leave a little bump. So I'm just gently filing because I want it to be flat. But I'm gonna come back to that nail. That'll be the last nail. This is not a base coat. This is just white. This is called Color Boost. So, you know, I'm pretty sure it's like the intention is you could use it as a base coat if you wanted. And Oh, wait, is this actually sold as a base coat? Am I getting this mixed up? I thought this was straight white. Okay, this is a base coat. Never mind. Disregard that. This is a base coat. And in painting terms, you would like consider this like a primer, right? So it's just the thing that goes, it's your underwear, it's your undies. Undie polish. I will work on getting that frame rate issue going on. I wonder if it's just a... Try to turn on the manual. I'm gonna try to fix that. I apologize. But you know, with tech stuff, sometimes you gotta use what you got and you just gotta roll with it. It's a bit of a shame you can see all of the glitter on my nail that's still there. Might need to alter my plans a little bit. That didn't do anything. This is what we want, our cleanup brush. Clean it up. Okay, so you can kind of see a little bit of bumpiness there. That's what I was trying to get off earlier. Those glitter specks. That's kind of what I meant by you don't really want those to stay on the nail because they're not fine particles. They're gonna leave bumpiness. So in this case, a base coat is important to cover those up. Oh yeah, I wanted to just get this little, there we go. Sometimes you get little fuzzies under your nails. It's not a good idea to pick under your nails. It's generally advised against because the little pieces of whatever that get under there can sometimes it's like skin. And that's part of the nail growth. So I can actually kind of get close here. So you can see my hyponychium. My hyponychium. That's the skin growth that's pushing up from under the nail. You can especially see it on my pointer here because it's growing up. I have it on manual focus, so I'm kind of having to tap it. Yeah, anyway, the hyponychium is skin that grows over up your nail as your nail bed grows out. And it is the structure that goes underneath your nail. It's like the glue that keeps your nail to your fingers. And when you scrape under your nail, you're really at risk of damaging the skin. So it's not a good idea. It's not good practice to scrape under your nails. And I was not doing any scraping there. There was just a little fuzzy there. I was just picking it out. For the most part, I just leave them alone. And so if there is any fuzzies that get under my nail, I'll just take care of them during this process, what I'm doing now. I don't know if manual focus is going to be any better. I'm going to have to leave it on Auto. Okay, base coat is done. I'm gonna let it dry for a sec. I'm gonna restart my camera as well. Let's see if that helps. A little bit better already. Okay, here's current status. So this is just base. This is just base. As in a canvas for art. Now I'm debating whether I should use a different color, or we could use this white. This glisten and glow will be opaque. Oh, I haven't shaken it. What am I doing? It looks okay. Doesn't look separated. Glisten and Glow is an OG brand. I use their top coat. And this white is nice. A bit hard to reach my acetone from here with my left hand. My left hand is so much messier than my right hand, I'm sorry to say. I'm already messy on my right hand too. Did some very light weeding on my rose bushes today and kind of got some prickly thorns on my nails. Not my nails, my hands. Still a little streaky. So I would say between the two, the Glisten and Glow is definitely the more opaque option. The one I am using now, but it may not be perfectly opaque. And this one is not a base coat. I know that for sure. It's wedding gown white, so it's meant to be a white polish. I'm wondering, did I put thinner in it? Maybe. Might be why. Almost there. I want to get back into Dead Rising 2 and The Little Witch in the Woods. Those are going to be my next games to go back to. Raccoon? I might be playing off stream so I can get more of a feel for it. It seems kind of like a nice cozy sort of roguelite that you play when you're in bed sick. So I'm kind of keeping it in my back pocket because I know there will be more days like that. Okay, just a little bit of cleanup. I don't have a specific design that I've drawn, but I can see it in my head. And I only have half a plan for my other hand. I was thinking how, like, maybe doing 3D shapes and seeing how those might look on the nail. But I'm not sure about that. Not sure. Okay, last hand, last nail. Oh, how I broke my nail. Yeah, I went for a walk with my dogs. That's how I got on the tangent about nail oil. Because I had very dry hands that day. And they pulled like the two of them, like, pulled me apart at this. We were barely away from the cottage. We were only around the corner. And they like, I can't even describe what they did. They just like tripped me over and then my nail just cracked. It was horrible. Yeah, kind of streaky. Need to think about maybe incorporating that into the design somehow. So I'm wondering how. To get rid of the streakiness, it would be easy enough to just do a second layer. I'm kind of thinking of going and picking some colors instead of white. So it's supposed to be monochrome. So I suppose I need to use gray. That's the sound of the drawers opening. Not my drawers. Is that gray? Looks blue. I think that's blue. Oh, that's light blue. That's really nice. This Orly, but it's kind of gray. I'm rethinking the gray. Maybe I should just do 2 layers of the white. No. You hear the sound of the drawers opening and shutting. I know what color. I want this vibrant blue. Some neons. Do we have other neons? How about blue and green? Blue and green is cool. Let's start with that. Zoyas. 2 Zoyas. Zoya's a fun brand. They're a big chain, corporate brand, but they name a lot of their polishes after like people's names. This one is actually Link. So this is named after like video game Link. And this one is Echo. So I definitely want to do just black and white on one of my hands. And then I think I'll switch to we need more colors. I'm off on an adventure. I want a red. Should I stick to Zoya? This is not red. This is more pink. This is red. Orange. And yellow. That's a nice yellow. My red is not red enough. Gotta have a really red. One of these reds looks almost ketchup-like, which is too red. Ketchup is definitely too red. What about teal? Teal is such a hard color to find in a nail polish. Like true teal. Cyan. I'm inspired by rainbows. It's kind of a wild jump, isn't it? Going from monochrome to rainbow. I'm going to do monochrome on one, rainbow on the other. I think that'll be a good compliment. Okay. So on my right hand, I'm going to use the monochrome on my left hand. I said right hand. I meant left hand. I have a dyscalculia. However you say that. It's like the math version of dyslexia. I don't have dyslexia too bad. I'm pretty okay with that, but it's the dyscalculia that gets me. Unfortunately, it really seems like you can see the streakiness through this polish. Can't do much about it. It's good to know, though. I don't think I've done a Pride manicure yet, so this is good timing. I'm probably going to be knocking over at least half of these bottles as I go. Just by sheer proximity alone. I don't think I expect too much out of Disclosure Day. I'm going back to the movie talk. But I still want to see it. You know, Spielberg. It's like Hollywood's uncle. He's made so many movies that are such classics, and they will always be like legendary movies. Jurassic Park, Schindler's List, same year, insane. E.T. That's only 2, and he's made like, how many movies has Spielberg done? More than 30, surely. I'm just taking a wild guess. I would love to know. Do I have a favorite director? I don't know, maybe Alex Garland? currently as a contemporary director, or Dennis Villanueva. I know he doesn't say it. He says Villa. He doesn't say Via. Something like that. Both of them. Both of them. Alex Garland has directed Ex Machina, which I love. And he wrote, or co-wrote, with Danny Boyle the 28 Days Later movies. Those have some new ones out. I can't say that I'm like the biggest fan of those. I feel like those are more like some directors. I feel like they've been working for so long that they kind of get a pass to do what they want at a certain point. And I do feel like the 28 Days Later, the new ones, are like personal fan fiction, like directors' personal fan fiction of their own stories. And there's a couple of other movies like that have come out where it's like all the new Alien movies and the Avatar movies. I suppose any story could be called the writer's own fan fiction because it is the writer's own fiction. So I don't know what I'm saying. Ooh, that is much better. That is looking much better. Any remaining streaks on here will easily be able to cover with the design. So I'm gonna let these dry because I won't be able to do any painting on them until they are dry. But they'll dry pretty fast because it's only 2 layers and there's no base coat. Now on my other hand, I think I'll go ahead and get some freehanding going and use these rainbow colors to paint a rainbow swirl. So I'll have a black and white swirl on my left hand and a rainbow swirl on my right hand. I have extra greens and no purples. I did not include any purples. Is it important enough to get purple, or can I not use it? Do people demand the indigo in a rainbow? Should I put Link back also is another question, because I have some Dimension nails polish and some Night Owl lacquer, which both have very nice creme polishes. These opaque colors that you're seeing here. Unfortunately, Dimension nails went out of business recently, so I'm happy to have what of theirs that I do. Bumped my nail. I'm just trying to fix it. It's so easy to bump them when you're in the process of painting. Yeah, okay, I'll get the indigo. I'll get the indigo. Purple. Blurple. Urkel. Morpheus, Orpheus, Dorpheus. Since I have all these little glitter pieces sticking up, while the polish is still sort of tacky on my nails, I'm just gonna I'm gonna switch this with the silicone tool, something soft, and gently just poke them down, make them lay flat. Okay, got one. Little fuzzy. Looking good there. I'm just smoothing out these little bumpies. This is gonna get covered up by the next layer, so it's okay if it's a little off. Okay. 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 Ooh. Base is done. Ice is loaded. If purple and indigo can be included in the rainbow, then the rainbow should also include teal. You say that to like a nail polish enthusiast and probably get chased out of town. Okay, this should dry longer. My left hand should dry longer, so we can start on my right hand. And I want to do like the words are not arriving, so I'm going to draw it instead. I'm getting my notepad and my palette while I'm there. Not a lot of room to draw. But I want to do a kind of pattern. No, that's not right. So let's do nail first. Really loose drawing of a nail. So from the center, yes, like a peppermint patty. So we have extra colors, 7. So that's only 6. I bet they can be blended together. So I'm gonna kind of freehand it. So I'm gonna do like red, orange, yellow, green, teal, blue, purple, and swirl them around on the nail. And that'll be my right hand. So I'm starting with red. This probably doesn't matter which you start with. It's kind of like the alphabet. You learn your colors in a certain order because the wavelength goes from infrared to ultraviolet. So, you know, red is on the... Well, I know it's the left side, but it is on, I guess you can just say it's on the left side of the spectrum. Get my brush for painting will be, it's gonna need to be bigger than that. Chunking all my brushes. Ooh, here we go. Found one. That's pretty good. So I'm gonna do one color at a time. Since the polish will dry in the palette pretty quickly. Okay, left hand, you can do this. Start with our guinea pig. So we're gonna go from center and around. first one's gonna be a little rough. Oh, my hand is shaking. Stop shaking. And I'm making a mess. You know what? I think instead of starting on my other fingers, I will do this test on this hand with all of the colors. So I'm going to finish shaking up pigment. Shaking on the back. Oh, it's coral. It's not orange. That's fine. I have teal. Coral can be here too. Coral! Picking up the spill. And now I'm mixing some coral, the red, yellow, green, teal, blue, purple. Okay. Yeah, I gotta visualize this space to make sure there's enough space for every layer. I'll have to redo the red in the end. Just 2 colors. Keep my finger in frame. Part of the reason I want to do one nail at a time is to not have to wash my brush off too much in between colors. It would be a lot to do, like red, paint, wash, coral, paint, wash, when instead I can do red, 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 coral, 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 wash, and then get the new color, because the red and the coral can mix. So I can, in fact, even go back already. Trying to get a sharper line here. That's a little better. I am not naturally left-handed, so this is on hard mode. I'm filling in the opacity to make sure that the color is strong enough with a second layer. Okay. You can kind of see the two. You can also see my mess. I'll clean it up. That's what my cleanup brushes are for. But painting can be a messy process. And I'm a bit of a messy painter, so I'm alright with it. So now, maybe want to orient the rainbow the same way as on my finger here. So the orientation of my nails will have to change because the red will go like this, but I'm gonna paint it this direction. So I'm just gonna flip my nails around for painting. Concentration. The concentration. I heard some crows today. My brothers, my brethren. It's nice to hear crows. They don't stay in the neighborhood too much. We mostly have sparrows and swallows and some starlings. And there's also, more interesting than swallows and sparrows, there's a nest of black night herons. Black night herons. That's what they're called. They roost across the way from my cottage. So I can go out there at night and I can hear them get a noise, being silly. Trust the process, trust the process, trust the process, trust the process. Well, that's a pretty good shape there. Getting better as we go. Gotta focus on the camera. I'm too focused on my nails. Just make sure I get in frame. Make sure you get in frame. Okay. Slices are done. Slices of red. Now we're going to do the slices of coral before this paint dries up a bit too much. Too much paint on the brush and then the brush itself won't be sharp enough to get the shape you want. It'll just dump paint on your nail instead. Kind of like the blending between the colors. A little bit of blending is kind of nice. If you really wanted, you do not have to buy nail polish colors to paint like this. You can pretty simply just use acrylic paint and it works just fine. It's a different consistency for sure. So there's like some skill involved in making sure you're feeling the thickness of the polish, the stickiness, the dryness, wetness, etc. And acrylic paint does have a different material than this nail polish for sure. But you can do some really great things with just acrylic paint on your nails if you wanted to do nail art. I need to catch up on The Walking Dead. The graphic novel specifically. I'm not sure where I last left off. I gave up on the show. Like all of us did. Okay. I'm gonna clean my brush. And move on to yellow. I'm just gonna keep going around the rainbow. And then I'll come back to red. The last movie I went to see was The Amazing Digital Circus ending. Did you watch it? Did you watch the show? Did you watch the ending? I want to know. What do you think? Was it surprising to you? What happened? Did you cry? I cried. Cried in the theater. I went to see it in the theater because I didn't want to get spoiled. I didn't want to wait either. I needed to know. I needed to know what happened. And we sure found out what happened. But I'm not spoiling nothing. I'm not spoiling nothing. You gotta go watch it. It's now on YouTube. Free to watch. There was a funny conspiracy I saw that was like the saying that the YouTube was gonna have a different ending than the one that was in the theater. No, it had the same ending. It had the same ending. Covering up the patch on here is a little bit tricky, especially with yellow. So I'm kind of just like dabbing extra paint on there. Progress. Progress. Like glitching out trying to figure out which direction to paint. Maybe I should paint backwards. That works. Oh, I haven't done any singing in a while. I want to sing. I was singing yesterday around the cottage. It felt good. Rejuvenating. This little riff is so Halloween inspired. How does that? Oh, now I wanna listen. John Carpenter's Halloween. I have one of the movie albums on vinyl. How does it go? It goes. How does it go? How does it go? This is a tangent. I'm sorry. Sorry for the tangent. I'm just trying to think of the music. I went in theaters and I watched one of the revival Halloween. It was the one that was Jamie Lee Curtis came back. I think I got it. Is this it? Halloween Kills main theme song. Let's listen. Okay, tangent over. Tangent over. You can totally tell that the musician was inspired by that. One of my special skills is being able to tell what temp music that movies use. When you hear a song in a movie and it sounds very similar to movie music you've heard before, it usually means that the production used temp music from a song that they didn't have rights to, or a song that they wanted to be inspired for the new music, but then the new music is too heavily inspired by the temp music to where you're like, oh, that's what they want, that's what they were going for. They wanted, they picked this whatever song, and then the composer basically just had to like reinvent the song. Reinvent the song. Oh, let me turn this down. So my yellow's starting to dry out. Gotta get some more. And I should be careful. I usually try to re-thread the tops back down just enough to where they are stable, because I'm bound to knock them over and I don't want the polish to spill. Bound to knock them over. It means like I am cursed with clumsiness. It's true. Oh, I did do one really fun thing is I got a walking pad for my desk. It's fun for me. I'm very excited about it. And it's basically like a tiny treadmill that you can put under your desk and use while you're at your station, your desk station. And it fits perfectly. I have a tiny little desk space. And now I have a walking pad for it too. Very hyped for that. Just got it yesterday. So I haven't even really had a chance to like use it yet. I've been kind of busy trying to get caught up on cottage duties, cottage things. Yellow is one of the lightest, if not the lightest, tones of color in the spectrum. So it can be hard to build opacity sometimes. This yellow is pretty opaque, so it's doing a good job. I kind of want to enter one of my chickens in the fair, but you have to be there pretty much the whole time with your livestock. And I kind of don't want to put my chicken through that, you know? Like, I think that would be really stressful to be stuck in a tiny little cage with like a billion people walking by and looking and like going, whoa, what a weird looking chicken, and potentially people like, I don't know, I'm afraid people would like poke at them or like, I don't know. But that's why you're there the whole time, to keep a watch on it. Okay, we can probably combine or at least mix the green with the yellow. I should show off these colors. So this green is a beautiful Kelly green. It's called So Fresh and So Green by Night Owl Lacquer. I would definitely promote Night Owl Lacquer as a really solid brand for strong creme colors. creme lacquer colors. So if you're looking for opacity, if you're looking for something that you can put on your nail in 1 or 2 coats and it's just a solid color, I definitely recommend Night Owl Lacquer. I also very much recommend, that says kindness is key. That's the other side. This side, Dimension Nails. This yellow is called Swallowtail Butterfly, but like I mentioned, they went out of business. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of Dimension Nails to find anymore. Difficult time to be a maker in a hobby space. Globally, I would say. Getting more difficult to source things like pigments, glitters, general supplies, generally anything. Just like all of the other industries are having difficulty. The nice thing about this is if I do end up with extra space as I go around my rainbow, I can backfill with like a pink or another color. Like a burgundy or a maroon or a magenta. Those are all intermediary colors between the spectrum. They're actually not really colors. They're not real. They're not real colors. It's true. It's because more or less, like in my mind, maroon I associate with like a bloody red, like a darker red than this, but with some purple to it. And then magenta in my mind is the opposite, where it's a dark indigo with red accents, so it shows more purple than red. And that's how I distinguish the two ends of the spectrum, because the colors themselves are mixed by just mixing the red and purple pigments, but the visual spectrum that we see as people in those colors technically doesn't exist, because it's between the two ends of the wavelength. That's where they meet, and the wavelength itself is a linear wave, so it only connects, it doesn't like it doesn't it physically are at opposite ends, red and purple, so they can't just like ultraviolet and infrared are two separate things. So our mind just makes up the gap between the two ends where it meets on the wavelength. And that's how you get maroon and burgundy and all of those intermediary colors. Okay. More green, please. I'm green, abudi, abudai. I am green, I am green. I guess that's Kermit. Kermit's green. And he sings a Rainbow Connection. Coincidence? Very likely. We're swirling. We're swirling. Looks a little bit like zebra gum. Loved me some zebra gum. Now, zebra gum. I would not eat that stale ass gum. That stuff is like been on the shelves since the 90s. worrying about perfection with the shape of this swirling, because I can go back over a lot of this in the second pass. So I'm definitely gonna have to do a second pass over. Backwards, try backwards, try backwards. In the process of reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, just finished on page, well, I just like stopped on page 42, believe it or not. I was like, I don't have to put a bookmark here. I can just remember where my spot is. Such a good book. Such a good story. Messy, 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 messy. Okay. Next color. I need another topic. I need another topic to talk about. Why is teal so goated? It's just, blue is my favorite color, green is my favorite color. So if blue and green are both my favorite color, then that means that teal has to be also my favorite color. Do a little green teal mix here. Oh, I love it. This I would probably classify as like a mint. I'm not liking the consistency of this paint. Orly, what's going on? This is one of Orly's more famous paints too, because it's supposed to resemble like a Tiffany's blue, is the idea. Since Tiffany's, the brand, has copyrighted their teal sort of shade. Would you call it a shade? Color shade? I mean, it's just a color. It's like Pantone. Pantone copyrights their colors too. Clean that brush a bit. I need to clean up my nails a little bit. I'm getting them quite messy. So I'm going to use this. That acetone looks kind of muddy. It's not helpful to clean up with muddy acetone. So I'm going to clean the dish out and put some new acetone in. It's helpful to have these used cotton pads already available. Just dab it all up. Dab, dab, dab. Get the pure acetone. Acetone, 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 acetone. Okay, clean up, clean up, clean up. Just want to clean up before the polish dries between my cuticles, really, is what I want to do. this other side has already dried. So I'm a little bit late. Okay. Okay. I do think it'll look a lot better once the blue and the purple is there. Much more identifiable. Focus, 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 focus. Shia Baggins. Okay, I want to get to the next color. Try to stop myself from rushing a little bit here. Take a deep breath. I'm going to take a drink of water. Let's continue. I love this little palette. It's so helpful. I do know this blue is a little thin on the formula side, so it may not show this first go. No, it's alright. It's alright. Actually, kind of not bad because it's layering over the teal pretty nicely. And then the purple will give it the final shape. I'm gonna have to call the zebra stripe gum nails. I'm doing a real bad job of getting under the camera, so I apologize. Having an outline would be very helpful for this kind of design. So a stamping plate would be a very good solution. Because I'm just freehanding this swirl. But having the outline would definitely improve the painting process here. But then I can't say that I freehanded it. And part of this is practice from my left hand. I'm wondering, like, I kind of feel like the design on my right hand is going to be way more simple than this. Gotta challenge that left hand. Gotta challenge it. I've gained a lot of ambidexterity. Like, I would say I'm 75% dexterous. Like, I can almost use chopsticks with my left hand. I can't write very well. That's something to practice. Like, the legibility of my writing with my left hand is not quite there. It's kind of shaky. I'm definitely feeling shaky painting this hand. Cool thing about this kind of nail polish, lacquer nail polish, is even if I do get it on my skin or my cuticles, it'll come off. It'll come off when you wash your hands. So it's fine to get it on your hands. Add a little bit more here. This blue is somewhat sheer, which may help with the detailing to layer it over the other colors. I like the organ in this music. It reminds me of like a dirge for the dead or something. Difficult. Difficile. Difficult painting. All right. One nail. Well, first layer, one nail done. I'm really challenging myself. Hey! I heard that. Freaking bear talking out. He's laughing at me. They're laughing at me. They're laughing at me. They should laugh at me. Not feeling confident about this. Gotta build my confidence. That's what this is about. Building confidence. In fact, I'm gonna sit up. Stretch. Clean up. Laughing at me. Laughing at me. Can't believe it. He's going off to bed. I think I'll try to stream again tomorrow night to play. I'd like to finish Dead Rising and then go back to Little Witch in the Woods. Because Dead Rising is like, I can finish it probably in 1 or 2 more streams. Hopefully 1. I want to get it done. And then Little Witch in the Woods, I'm not sure how many more, how much longer it'll take. I'm pulling my skin back a little bit so I can clean some of the paint that has slipped onto the sides. So it's a kind of a little bit of a helpful trick to get any paint that may have spilled over. Oh, do I need to clean? Yeah, I should finish cleaning the rest of my nails before I start layer 2. This music makes me want to think about Halloween. I didn't celebrate last year. I celebrated the pagan holidays. But the candy holiday, not this year. Or last year, I should say. What am I saying? Last year, 2025. It still feels like 2025. Even though it's like definitely halfway through the year already. I don't know what that's about. It's probably because it's one of those halfway years. So it's easy to associate, easy to remember. I think I had a costume idea that I wanted to do. Maybe I wrote it down. I need to check. I have a list of costume ideas that I've had. Like, I just keep a rotating list. Me and the bear dressing up. We've dressed up as Doc and Marty before. That was one of my favorites. I was Marty. The bear was Doc. You would think it would be Marty and Jennifer, but no. Marty is way cooler than Jennifer. I want to go time traveling. Where would I go? I think I've thought about this before. I really feel like I would rather go to the future than the past because I'm much more curious. Like, we already know what's going on in the past. Like, it's history. It's happened. It's recorded. Not to say that we know the exact past. Like, all of our understanding of the past is only in recordings unless it's been experienced by living people. And even then, memories are not reliable. So I can totally understand the urge to want to go and witness a historic event, or maybe like try to change something. But I don't think changing the past is possible, even with time travel. I kind of think it's a dimensional problem where you're going to end up just traveling to another dimension, essentially, where the events that you changed happened. Kind of like Sliders, the TV show, where there's like all kinds of different dimensions where things happen. And so if you know, the classic, like, would you kill Hitler kind of a thing, or any bad guy. Let's say, would you kill Pol Pot? Would you kill Mussolini? Would you kill Hirohito? Like, there's plenty of people you could go and stop as an attempt to cut the head off of the power sort of thing. And then the alternate history that results following whatever you attempt to do. Like, even if you didn't kill Hitler, you're still making a change simply by being present in the past. And unless you were like not exposed to any person, didn't touch anything, didn't talk to anybody, didn't do anything at all, you were just like buried in a hole Minecraft style the whole time that you were in the past. That's pretty much the only way that you cannot like be at risk of changing something. Like, there's that classic Simpsons Treehouse of Horrors where Homer goes in the past and ends up in the dinosaur, like way in the past, and he like steps on a mosquito, and then he comes back to the present and everybody has lizard tongues. But the universe where Homer had not traveled into the past, his original universe would be gone from him once he travels back to the future. Like, he would have to do some really funky stuff about going further back into the timeline and then stopping himself, and like it gets really weird. And that's what that movie Primer is all about. Like stopping your own time travel clones from changing the history that you're experiencing, or the present that you're experiencing. Okay, we're clean. Let's go back to purple. I haven't finished the purple layer. So if you went and killed Hitler, then went back to the present, it's going to be a different universe, essentially. It's not going to be your original universe, but changed. It's going to be a different dimension entirely, where it exists that Hitler was killed by you. Hitler was killed by you. And then you would basically be stuck in that dimension unless you had some extra special power where you could do dimensionary travel on top of time travel, so that you could just like hop back to your universe. But the problem is, you're just hopping back to the universe where you didn't kill Hitler. You're just hopping back to regular life. And so it's kind of your choice, like, will the universe where you killed Hitler be better? It would be impossible to say. It would be impossible to say. And also, you need to be able to travel forward in time. So it needs to be like, you need a machine that can let you move through time in different directions. But I suppose if we're already talking about time travel, then the fantasy can include all of this extra technology. Why not? That was the problem in Sliders. But that was all based on dimensionary travel. There wasn't any really time travel. But the show basically proposed alternate histories where different things had happened, almost as if like somebody had gone and changed the time. So it just proposed, like, there is an episode, what if Hitler didn't die? What if Nazis took over? There's one of those episodes. They end up in the Nazi universe. They always end up in the Nazi universe. It's like Rick and Morty says. It's, how is it always Nazis? Okay, I just want to finish this first layer. I feel like I might be here a while. So I hope you're ready to be here a little while, chat. I'm trying to think of things to talk about. I would love to befriend crows and be one of those crow bros where you pass out peanuts and like they bring you shiny things, and you have crow friends like Reggie, my familiar Reggie. He's sassy though. He's sassy. He's not like the animal crows. He's more of a spirit crow. Crows can be real sassy. They definitely like to police the skies and like they're always like trying to investigate things, see what's going on, check out the neighborhoods. Very social birds. Very friendly, honestly. You can talk to most crows. You can talk to them outside just by cawing at them. I've talked to so many crows. And I have some pictures where, like, where was I? I was in Tokyo at the cemetery, the main cemetery in Tokyo City. And there was a beautiful karasu there. Big, big, big karasu. Japanese crows are so large, much larger than what my crows. And it was just chilling. I'm pretty sure it must be super familiar with humans living in the cemetery. People will always be walking through and stuff. So it's probably a very friendly crow. And it hopped down and I have pictures sitting next to it, kind of crouched down, and I was talking with it, and cool bird. And then the next time I went to Japan, I went to the grounds at the Emperor's Palace in Tokyo, and it was closed that day, bummer, but took a break on the grounds where the trees are, and it's just a nice little park. And, you know, there's like families around. It's just nice and peaceful. And there was karasu sitting in the tree right above me, watching me. We were talking, and I gave it a penny. And then we left. Oh my god, we left. So annoying. And we're walking away. Let me finish this part of the story before I get distracted. Well, okay, I'm already distracted. Here's our rainbow swirls, our zebra nails as they are right now. You can kind of see there's a little bit of patchiness on the polish, and that's just because it's only one layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back. I'm not going to do like a full repainting, but I'm just going to smooth out the swirls a little bit and fix up the layers so they're a little more distinguishable. And then that second layer will be done. I'm going to let it dry after that. And I think I would like to do a topper over it to make it sort of, it will smooth it out. It will smooth it out. It will add a nice little something, a little pop. So I'm going to pick something out for that since I haven't done that yet. But I'm not going to do that this moment. I'm going to finish my story. My story about after we left the Emperor's grounds in Japan. We were literally just walking away, going back to the shopping center nearby. It's over by Tokyo Station. And this friggin' French guy, I swear to God, the only times I had problems in Japan were men from one. The first guy was like a guy from Germany, and the second guy was this friggin' French guy. What the hell? And we walk by, and he loudly goes, "Oh, typical American, typical American, typical American, typical American." I was so taken aback. It took me a moment to register what he said. And by that point, we had walked too far away for me to confront the fellow, or I would have confronted him. And I was struggling. The bear was once again holding me back, same as the last time when I got pushed in Hiroshima by the German guy. Not to be anti-European. Love my European friends. Love you all. I love you all. I love people. I don't, however, like getting pushed in public spaces, and I also don't appreciate getting ridiculed by French people, snobby ass French people. Je comprends. Regardless of whether my accent is good or bad. I mean, he didn't even say it in French. He said it in English. He was like openly insulting me, essentially. Like he knew I could hear him, motherfucker. And you know why he insulted me too is because I was wearing neon tights. They were not neon. They just have like bright pink flowers on them. And the rest of my outfit was sort of neutral office attire, actually. And genuinely, it was all I had to wear that day because it was laundry day. So I know that the outfit was mismatching. I know that I was wearing neon tights with neutral tones. Okay, Mr. French guy? I was aware of it. And yeah, you know when you're like, there's something you're like a little bit self-conscious about before you're leaving your house or your apartment, and you're just sort of like, God, I really hope nobody draws attention to this one specific thing that's out of my control, because I know that my clothes are not matching today, but I have no choice to wear them. And then, of course, this motherfucking French guy comes along going, ha ha ha, looks like somebody's wearing fucking wrong colors and it's not socially acceptable because I'm French and blah, blah, blah. You may not be convinced that I don't hate European people. I'm not that kind of American. I'm not that kind of American. I'm not that kind of American. I like all people, okay? I just don't like getting insulted in public spaces, that's all. I don't think anybody would like getting insulted in public spaces, or pushed for that matter. Okay, I'm trying to mix a little orange because I didn't take orange out, I took coral out. So sometimes, so since yellow is the lightest tone in the rainbow, it also means that your mixing consistency will be different. Like you only need a little bit of red to put into a yellow to make orange, or orange, or intermediary orange. Everybody else that I have encountered in Japan, every other person was pleasant. All of my other experiences were nice. Just those 2 experiences were unpleasant. It is notable that the 2 people who were aggressive, so to speak, were foreign people, and since Japan is essentially living off of tourism at the moment, population wise, it's kind of been a hot topic about people coming into their country and not respecting the space or being disrespectful in public specifically. And you know, streamers are the one that are kind of getting into trouble because then they make it super public. So that's kind of been a hot button topic, actually. Specifically, like, you know, tourists who are being a nuisance in public. And you kind of, honestly, that's kind of a problem all over the world. It's not unique to Japan. Any person who goes to a new place is going to have to encounter or engage with another culture that is more than likely different than their own and comes with different sets of rules. Doing a little cleanup. And naturally, the foreign person will not know those rules, those social expectations, without like learning them, you know, taking the time to seek that information out and actually like adapt their behavior, you know, understand what the locals expect. Like if you're going to Eastern Europe, you know, you need to stop smiling, basically. Turn your face off. And it's easy to spot and become a target when you don't know the rules, the social rules, the street rules. So like if you're in Eastern Europe, you know, like in the Balkans or something, and you're just smiling everywhere, like you're gonna be such an easy target because everybody will know you're a foreign person, and probably American. I respect the cultures. I'm a big fan of culture. I like travel. I like learning about different cultures. I like learning about different languages. And learning about people who have different life experiences than my own to try to expand my understanding, my worldly understanding. But not a lot of people do that. That's not, you know, you have to take the effort to do that. To engage with different kinds of media, learn, read, seek stuff out. It helps if you're interested in it, that's for sure. So I'm kind of adding a little bit more orange, but my polish is drying very fast. So I'm running out of time as I'm trying to tidy up the layers. So I'm gotta go quicker. Hey, okay. Okay, now I need to add a little more blue, a little more purple, and a little more green, just to fill out the opacity. Since there are streaks, and some of the white is showing in areas I don't want it to. It helps to have that white base coat because it will make the colors pop a little bit more, stand out a little bit more, without having to do too much extra. 2 layers of paint is a standard, is the standard for lacquer nail polish. It's pretty much expected that when you paint, you'll do a second layer on top. To make it like fully opaque specifically, so that the nail underneath is not showing. And having a layer of white underneath some polishes can help kind of fill out that opacity for thinner polishes. If you're very lucky, your polish will be only 1 coat. But even then, I do 2, just as a general practice, because even 1 thick coat can be patchy on some nails. Like you might get it good on like 4 out of 5, but you might have 1 that's a bit patchy. It's just a security measure to do 2. I even bought peanuts for pros. The problem is that I have too many animals, and they know that the animals live here at the cottage. Like they know what's up. They don't wanna come get in the middle of what we got going on. We had sparrows living in the chicken coop up until very recently, actually. But we reinforced it with mesh so they can't get in, because they were like, you know, eating the food and making a mess everywhere. I don't want to subsidize sparrows. They're perfectly capable of getting their own seed out in the forest, and they have been. But we do keep a bird bath for them, so they still have access to that. And I throw scratch for my chickens like almost every day, when they're out. They're not always out. They have like a they get to go, they have their own coop, and then they get to go in our apiary. So they have quite a large space outside of the yard where they can hang out. And they hang out with the sparrows just fine. But if any doves come along, any birds bigger than sparrows, they chase them off because they're like, no, you're too big. You're too much like a chicken. You're too close to looking like a chicken. And chickens are simple creatures, so they're like, they'll chase anything off, really. I've had some chickens get taken. One. I have one. It was from the very beginning of my chicken adventures. Very long time ago. And I'm not entirely sure what took my chicken. My neighbors said it might have been a marten. Like a weasel. I think it was probably a hawk. But it was very strange because I came home to the cottage that day and went to the yard, and it looked like the chicken had like jumped out of the coop, the apiary, and eventually we put mesh over the top so that would be impossible, but it was almost like something went into the apiary and chased the chicken over the top into the yard, and then the dogs were outside there that day, and then whatever that was got chased around the yard. There were feathers everywhere, and no sign of the chicken anywhere. So it must have like either gotten carried off into the sky, which makes the most sense to me, or something came and took it. It was wild. It was my favorite chicken too. I'm pretty sure I was cursed at one point, where if I have a favorite something, a favorite animal specifically, they always die. All of my favorites always die. So don't become a favorite of mine, or you might not make it, actually. This has happened more times than I can count. And it's become such a pattern that it no longer feels like a coincidence and feels much more like a curse. Like I should be careful who I pick favorites with. Toy Story 5. I don't know how I got from there to that. Will I see it in theaters? Absolutely not. No. But I do have this compulsion to see, to complete the series, to not miss the story, essentially. So I'll probably see it eventually. I can't imagine what kind of interesting commentary they can come up with for another Toy Story movie, other than little children shouldn't use tablets, okay? Technology is new and scary, okay? I kind of think that's what they're going for. I better clean that up. I made a mess. Tomorrow, I have a VHS nostalgic watch party that I'm doing. We're gonna watch MST3K, the movie. I have this really old copy on VHS. It's as old as the movie. It's as old as VHS. I just love that nostalgic feeling of the tape, like the physical weight of the tape, and the process of like rewinding and running it. I don't know. I get a real nostalgic kick out of that. And tomorrow is also bee day. Not birthday, but bee day, as in the day to go through the bees. Apiary day. I was taking some video of some bees today, actually. My flowers are all in bloom. So I was doing a check-in on most of my plants. Middle finger and my forefinger both need some more blue. Fixing up that blue, and then this should be done. Done to dry. Done in the way that I want to be done. I don't think I've seen any ravens around, actually, now that I think about it. Just crows. I've seen some crows hatch? Like, nest here. Yes. Years ago, just a couple, two crow brothers were born. I remember them. They were hanging around the neighborhood. So I got to watch them be fledglings and then get bigger and go off on their own crow adventures. I've seen hawks in the yard. I've seen what else? What has come by? We've had woodpeckers going at my plum tree. They stopped though. we were having mites actually on the plum tree. It was a bit of a frustrating process to get rid of them, and we're still fighting them. So it makes sense that the woodpeckers would come for whatever's living inside the tree. One second.
Oh, the seagulls are back.
They heard me talking shit. The problem is in this outlet over here. There's like a extender, and it keeps falling off of the plug. It's very unstable. So that's on my next to-do list. Right now, I'm stuck in the artist's conundrum, where you look and it feels like every layer needs more paint. I do feel much more confident as I'm doing these finishing touches. Oh! One sec. This also crashed. Why not? Why doesn't everything just crash at once? Why not? That's better. This should be... Hey, there I am. There I am. Okay, we are getting close, though. We are getting close to moving on from the rainbow. Zebra gum's just not good anymore. It's so stale, dude. How are we looking? Does that look pretty good? Look okay? I think it looks all right. I'm gonna do one more cleanup on my cuticles here so the paint doesn't dry too much. So bear with me. This palette's gonna be really funny looking in the end. Oh, I think I need to clean my acetone too. Muddy acetone. Nobody wants muddy acetone. Drain the swamp, right? Am I right? No algae in there. Algae. I like the sound the clinking makes. I don't know if you can hear it too much, but the glass clinking when the brushes go in is kind of just like a nice little sound, like a little clinky sound. Satisfying. Okay, this is looking okay. A little bit of blue there. Cuticle cleanup. Cuticle cleanup. What other stories from Japan do I have? Talked about the bee man. Met the bee man. Those horrible experiences I had. We had some lost in translation experience, like most do. I have heard, you know, when you see people lining up, it usually means what they're lining up for is gonna be good. And we were in, gosh, where were we? Kyoto. Downtown Kyoto, in the rich district. We were looking for dinner. It was not the best place to be looking, but a parade had just passed by, so we watched the parade, and then went looking for food, and stumbled upon a place where there's a bunch of people standing in line, and so I was like, that's the one, that's the place, let's go there. And got in the very back of the line. No other person came behind us. And when we got inside, the staff were a little bit surprised to see 2 extra foreign people waiting to be seated, because everybody else I now know had a reservation, and they were just standing up because they were waiting to go in because they had their reservations. So the staff didn't want to turn us away because they actually had 2 extra seats at the bar in the very corner, and were accommodating enough to seat us, which is very, very kind, because in future adventures, in Tokyo, when we went to Matsuri, and then around the palace grounds looking for a restaurant, everything was booked, everything was reserved. Nope, no room. Nope, no space. So now I understand that restaurant specifically was being very kind by seating us at whatever space they had. It was quite a squeeze, because the bear I'm not joking, is a bear, is the size of a bear, and is large like a bear, so hard to fit space in, especially in a small country like Japan. But they squeezed us in. And then the hijinks began. You thought that was the hijinks part of the story. No, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. And then they give us the menu, and we assume you order an item off the menu and we're trying to order, but nobody spoke English and could explain to us how to order on their menu. So confusion and mistranslation ensued, where eventually they just brought us the items that we asked for, and it turned out that it was an awful restaurant. Not as in awful, AWFUL, not awful as in like I'm saying it's an awful restaurant, but awful as in OFFAL, like the type of meat. Now, I'm no longer a meat eater. I don't eat meat anymore, but I did in the past, and we were a little bit surprised, but we're the kind of travelers where if you end up in an awful restaurant and they are kind enough to seat you when you don't have a reservation and there isn't any more space in the restaurant, you are going to sit there and eat the awful that they bring you, that you don't know what you ordered because you couldn't figure out the menu with the waiter. He was just he looked like he was like out of high school, like he was just some kid maybe in college probably. So he like barely spoke English, and like we were pointing and just like, yeah, maybe this, maybe that kind of a deal. And so they brought us all this meat, and it was teppanyaki. No, that's not right. It was the kind of place where you grill the meat at the table. And I'm going to call this hand good. Just a little bit of meta commentary really quick. I'm going to call the rainbow hand good for the moment because I want to stop fiddling with it. I think it's fine. It can be a little impressionistic, a little bit of messy. It does not need to be perfect. Perfection doesn't exist. This is my little artist pep talk. When you get into that zone where you're like at the end, but you can't stop fiddling. I know bakers get that problem too, where like if you have frosting or whatever on a cake and you like can't stop like pushing the frosting around to try to get the frosting in the shape you want it to go. You just can't stop. You just want to keep fiddling and fiddling. So I'm gonna stop. Just scoot these over. Okay. So we're at the awful restaurant, right? That's where we're gonna pause the story. We're at the awful restaurant. We've picked out some meats, some smoked meats. Oh, we're gonna have to smoke our own meats in this story. So they bring us the food, and we start eating it like normal. But then I'm pretty sure the chef and the management got concerned and confused once the order came through, because they came back and started like in still broken English. Not that I'm saying that they need to have spoken or understood English. This is obviously all on us for just like randomly walking into this restaurant. I will fully admit that. But in any case, the management, they're already going over the top just by giving us a spot there. And they start to try to explain to us that maybe we didn't order right, and that the menu was a set menu, which means that you're supposed to pick one or the other of the sets. Like there's 2 sets that they had on their menu for that night. It was, kind of that like tailored for the season with the meat that they had. It was a special menu, and you were supposed to pick like A or B. Like A had this certain types of meats and B had other types of meats. And we were under the assumption that you just picked the meats that you wanted to eat. But then they came back and said, well, no, actually, this is how it works. So they had us reorder a set, but we had already eaten or ordered about 3 or 4 different types of meats at that point. So we had already started, and they essentially reordered an entire an entire half of the menu. An entire half of the menu, because each set was half of the menu. So it was a course meal where you sit and grill the meats there, and you get like 10 or 12 different plates of food, and you know you're supposed to eat it all, whereas we were already like, that was enough for a meal, whatever we had gotten. So now we're getting like not twice as much food, but maybe in the end, if you were to like think about comparatively, it was a set and a third. A set and a third is what we ate, which was a lot of food, even for, you know, big old Americans like us. A big old bear. I was really grateful that he was there with me, because we sat there and we ate all of it. Every plate. Because at that point we were like, oh shit, we can't not eat this food. We have to eat everything. And I'm a pretty small person. I can't eat very much food. My curse is actually that I have really rare intestinal issues, really complicated. And at that point, I was like mostly untreated, so I was just eating whatever. But I like, you know, I was the fullest. I was maybe the fullest I had ever been in my life at that restaurant, with how much food we had to eat. Because then at the end, after you eat all the meat, they bring an entire plate of noodles to fry. And then you have, I would consider just the noodles themselves an entire meal, an entire like huge course of food. And we were not able to finish the noodles. I do remember that we shoved as much as we could in. We tried really hard to eat all of that food. I'm pretty sure the staff were impressed with how much the bear was able to eat. and I was so embarrassed. Now I would not be as embarrassed as I was. I would probably have more confidence and stick around for the end, but I was so embarrassed by the end of our meal that I just like scurried out, and then the bear stuck around, and he did all of the salutations for the staff, bowing for them, and they gave us these 2 packs of special mints that had their restaurant brand on them. Like, they were specially ordered kind of thank you gifts. It was so sweet. It was like the sweetest interaction, honestly, in the end, thinking back on it, because they really did go out of their way to accommodate us, get us seated, make sure we ordered all the food. It was so much food, bro. It was so much food. I'm struggling a little bit painting because this one bottle of black, I'm using the Holo Taco Black. It's a really good quality, really opaque black. So I do recommend this brand, black. In any case, the other one is kind of empty, so the paint is really thick. So I'm just switching bottles. Yeah, I still have those little mint packs because I kept them as a souvenir, because I'm like, it's the restaurant, and that was such an experience. But they were so kind about it, even though it was embarrassing. I mean, a bit of Schadenfreude, if that's how you say that. Okay. See, this is easier because I don't have to keep switching the color, and I can just paint the black over the white, and that's going to be the layer for the black. I'll come back with a little bit of extra white just to kind of dab the spaces a little bit and clean it up. But as for a first nail, that's a good go. I don't think. Oh, this is a new playlist. I don't think we had any really like Schadenfreude type experiences the last time we went. Not like that in any case. That was more of like a learning experience. And, you know, dumb tourist stuff. Dumb tourist stuff. Everybody does it. Everybody does it. Even the best of us. Wow. My control, the painting difference between my two hands is so wild. I started on hard mode today. I started with my learning hand. That's why it took so long. I honestly thought that this hand would need more control with the black, and it very well might, because I'm trying to get really clean layers. I want really clean layers. Oh yeah. A little bit on the nails, or on the skin is fine. I'll fix it. I kind of don't want black too much on my skin because it can be hard to clean up and it can stain. Oh, I'm shaking. Embrace myself. For my next trip, which sounds like I'm like, for my next trick, I'm gonna pull a rabbit out of a hat. For my next trip, I'd like to go to Scotland, which is a pretty different, well, you could say, than Japan. I don't know when that will be. No time soon, that's for sure. I'm here in the forest. I can't even get out of the forest. That's the whole problem. Oop. That's all right. I think that's all right. Looks good. I need to keep this black fluid to make it easier to paint, since the paint itself, the black formula, actually dries pretty fast. I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to screw it up. I guess you could kind of call this a backwards C. I just said I don't want to get paint on my skin. I just said that, hand. It's inevitable. Practicing lines, practicing curves, practicing freehand. Whew. Practicing motion. Yeah, I gotta be quick with this black paint. It dries very fast. Whew. Tricky. And I wanted to get this done before I have to clean the brush. Because the brush is going to immediately, all of my acetone will immediately be as dirty as possible. I'm biting my lip. I'm so like, careful. Oh, that's the skin. That's the skin. I need like a I need like an alert or something that's like, you flooded the cuticle, you donkey, donkey. Oh, speaking of donkeys, Shrek, man. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think DreamWorks is cooked. Have you seen the Universal Studios DreamWorks ride coverage Jenny Nicholson had? Oh my god. I saw her posting about it. And I saw the ride coverage. And it's like a new ride at like a Universal Studios park down in LA, I think. And it looks so bad. It looks so bad. It looks so cheap. It looks like nothing. Like a non-ride. Like you're riding through a corporate parking lot. With a couple cardboard standees of Shrek in the background. That's what it looked like. Bad. Talk about signs of a recession. New Shrek movie coming out. New Toy Story movie coming out. Hello! Welcome in. Oh, that's the skin. Donkey! Yeah, and like the Shrek designs are all like different. What are they doing to that poor man? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time doing a rainbow on this side, and now I'm kind of going a little faster since I started with my left painting. I'm not naturally ambidextrous. I'm practicing with my left, and now since I am right-handed, it's a little easier to get this hand done. But next I will do a little cleanup, and then I'm gonna let them dry because I'm gonna do another layer over the top. Thank you. Yeah, I'm having fun with it. I think that's done. I like these bold lines, but I need to do the cleanup. And one tricky thing about cleaning black paint is just cleaning it, period. It doesn't like to come off. It can stain. But this is lacquer nail polish, so it's just another type of, I don't know if you, I guess you could call it paint, like an acrylic almost, but it just uses a different solvent. So there's a base solution in lacquer nail polish, and then the pigment. So it's safe for skin, essentially. And it's easier to get the nail polish off of your cuticle or your skin when it's still a little wet. So in practice, it's better to paint one nail and then clean up after it. But I don't always follow that rule. Sometimes I wait until the end and then do the cleanup then. Yeah, see, I'm having a little cuticle staining there with that black. But that's all right. You won't be able to see it. I do love a good black and white design. I may need to seal these with a smudge-free top coat so that the black will get sealed and not move, because the polish can move with the top coat, like become messy, streak, or lose its sharpness if the top coat makes the polish start to reactivate, and you like your top coat brush smudges across it, it can mess it up. So I'm gonna do a protective layer. I have 3 more layers to do on this hand. I still have some to do, and they're not gonna be completely black and white when they're done. I'm gonna do another rainbow, but it'll be a rainbow of shimmer that will just cover this, so you'll still be able to see the design. Will I watch Shrek 5? Now, I said I would watch Toy Story 5. Probably just when it's like out digitally. Oh yeah, those look great. Good combo, good combo. This is like pre draft stage. I would say it's probably draft stage. Oh, gotta do a stretch. 1 second, I'm gonna drink some water and take a pause for a sec. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, I better clean this brush and then rinse out the acetone, since it's going to be all murky, and I'm going to need a clean pot of acetone for sure. This brush did me well. I'm pleased with this brush. This was a good medium size detail brush. I have a number of micro detail brushes that are very small, and I don't have too many medium sizes like this. I may have purchased this off of What's Up Nails. Let's see what this is. Oh, look at that! It is. Okay. I was right. Okay, let's clean out this gross acetone. You can see it's all black in here now. Okay, fresh acetone. Close up these bottles. I can see the lids are off of these. If I knock these over and make a huge mess, that'll be a sad day. And that is something I will do. So I'm very clumsy. And we don't need the white. all of these are done. All of these polishes. You can't really see them, but all the colors are here. And my palette. So now I need the smudge-free top coat. This is a Peepola brand. And I bought this one probably off of either Polish Pickup or Hella Handmade Creations, which are both nail sales sites. So this is called smudge free, like I said, because it'll prevent the black paint from, you know, smudging, moving, doing anything. Let me get my nails a little bit more under the camera. I guess I'm in a movie mood. I did watch, oh my gosh, I watched the most random movie the other day, Daddy Daycare. I have these old clips on my YouTube channel from that movie that I clipped ages ago. Genuinely, I think it was around the time the movie came out. And I was checking out my YouTube because I've been uploading some of my VODs. And I think seeing those clips made me want to watch the movie again. And it's kind of an interesting little time capsule of like social culture, because the movie starts with a very stereotypical story about the dad, Eddie Murphy, losing his corporate job. So this is like right after 2008, after that recession. So the movie came out in 2009, so it's actually an appropriate social commentary in that way. And then he has to figure out what to do, and he can't get a job. So they can't afford to send their son to the expensive kindergarten. And you have to assume that this is like LA based. So the expensive kindergarten is going to be like, you know, in Eddie Murphy's mind, that's where he's sending his kids, like those really expensive private places. But in the movie, the fantasy is that that place has a monopoly. The fancy elementary school, or not elementary, preschool even, or daycare or whatever, it has a monopoly on daycare. Like there's no other daycare in town except this one place that essentially charges like $15,000 a year for attendance or something crazy like that, like a ridiculous number, even for 2009 in the recession. And so instead, the dad is like, okay, I guess I'll do it. I'll watch the kid, and then me and my friends who are also in the same situation with their kids, we'll watch our kids together and we'll turn it into a business. And it's really silly how the story progresses, where Eddie Murphy's character has to take over taking care of his son, and it's that stereotypical like dad doesn't know what to do because he's never been the primary caretaker before. That old story now is an outdated kind of concept, but it's so funny because he says stuff like that makes it seem like he's never spent time with his kid before in any capacity. Like they're brand new meeting each other, and it's very funny that it's kind of like, I mean, yeah, Eddie Murphy and the actor who plays his son are meeting for the first time, but their chemistry comes across like they're just two actors, not like their father and son. And the little boy is like 4 or 5 years old, so you would think that that he would have, like, I don't know, taken his son to the park or spent time with him or whatever. And, you know, that is part of the story, actually, that his son sort of doesn't like doing the things his dad thinks he does, and is sort of introverted and doesn't have a connection with his dad because his dad doesn't really know him. But the impression in the story is so much more that he just has never met his kid before, ever, and that is just so funny. Because even if, you know, you didn't spend a lot of time with your kid, you definitely would have met your kid before. Okay, I walked over to my polish selection because I'm looking for a topper to put on my right hand with my rainbow, and I want to do a holographic. Oh, I found the one. I want to do a holographic, and it's gonna be this one. It's so shiny and pretty. Here I come, one moment, reconnecting with my crystal ball. Check it out. This is Fancy Gloss Sparks, one of the most eye-catching toppers because it's these little shredded holographic pieces. Oh my goodness, it's so pretty. I don't need the smudge-free top coat between the layers here because I will be okay if there's a little bit of smearing between the colors, since you can kind of see the painting is a little chunky, so I actually want this to smooth it out, and we'll see if it does that. So I'm going to do that now while this hand is drying. The only thing about this kind of glitter is it can also be very chunky. So it can be a little chunky in application, but let's take a look. Let's take a try. Oh, not bad, not bad, not bad. It's actually much more spaced out than I was expecting. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And look at that. It's really evening out those layers. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. You can see the little shreds. They're not overpowering. If I come closer out of focus, you can kind of see the shininess. And then as I back up, you can see the little silver pieces there. Woohoo! I like it. I like it. It's a good choice. All right. So it's exactly what I was hoping that it would do in evening out the paint layers. Because essentially a topper, like that's what we call a polish that just goes on top of a design, or, you know, on top of your nail art or whatever you're doing. We call it a topper because it's topping off your nail polish. And they're usually clear and some kind of chunky glitter. And the clear solution is what I'm happy about in this case, because the extra solution is sort of plumping up the nail polish underneath and helping any unevenness by like filling it out and bringing it all together cohesively. Okay. So I have repeatedly said it's easier to clean right after application when the nail polish is still wet, and I'm trying to follow that advice. There's not too much to clean at this layer, and if any glitter pieces get on my skin, they'll just fall off later when they dry. Sometimes glitter always sticks to whatever it's sticking to. That's what glitter does. Get back under the camera. Sorry about that. Gotta pay attention to that. I'm getting too locked in. See how it's coming together? You can see the difference between these two and this one here. Maybe if I scooch the light a little bit. There's a difference in the smoothness. Okay, last two. Making sure I get enough glitter. Sometimes you have to fish glitter out. You might not get enough on your brush. So another method to get glitter when it's like not coming is to shake the bottle, and it'll bring the glitter back up to the top. That's why you'll usually only find chunky glitters in toppers for lacquer polish, because they tend to sink. They're more dense than a chopped up tiny little pigment, so they just sink down in the solution, and the heavier they are, the more difficult it will be to get them out of the bottle and onto your brush. So these glitters could probably have used a shake up, but I'm all right with it. I didn't want them to cover up the rainbow too much. Too much glitter, and then you know you're not gonna see what's underneath, right? I also find that a clear coat, like the top coat layer or a topper layer that has this clear coat, helps with cleanup, because if you have any paint in your cuticles, it'll reactivate it when you've applied it there, assuming you get it on your cuticles where that paint is. But in any case, after it's reactivated, then when you come back in with your acetone to clean it out, it's a little easier to clean up. Okay. Oh, Pinky's not done yet. I'm going to do a very similar thing on my left hand with these shimmers that I picked out in the beginning. But the shimmers have very fine particles instead of hold on, readjusting. Sorry. The shimmers have very fine particles compared to these chunky pieces. Okay, my hand is very wet with polish, so I'm going to very carefully paint the other hand. I have to like hold my fingers out like freaking Patrick Starfish. Okay, so I picked out these rainbow shimmers, or these shimmers in the rainbow. They just have rainbow colors. This is like a purple, blue, lime, yellow, orange, and red. And I was thinking of loosely painting them over the black in the same kind of spiral as this rainbow hand. So let me shake them up really fast. I shake them to mix them. Oh, try not to touch your fingers, please. What is that? There's like a little bump in my nail. I don't know what that is. It wasn't from bumping it. It's like it was there before. Okay. That's enough. Oh no, I did it! I did it! I bumped it! Ah! See? That little tiny bump on the tip? You can't see it. I gotta fix it. 1 second. It's because it's still wet. These are not like gel nails where you can cure them to dry them. They have to air dry. This is just a little silicone tool, and I'm just nudging the polish back into place. So at the minimum, there is a little bit of movement. If you do bump it, you can fix it. Okay. Okay. It's like that meme about like the goth girl with her rainbow best friend or girlfriend, you know. Or the two houses, the pink house and the goth house. It's not going to be goth for too much longer. I'm adding color. Got it. Open it without bumping my wet nails. Ah, help me. Got it. One down. Oh, that was easy. Not easy. Not easy. Okay. These are all pinnacle polish except the blue. The blue is fancy gloss. I can read the names of these too. These are fun. So the pinnacle polish is, imagine like a strawberry, but with low battery. These are all like sparkling water themed. Shy watermelon. Transported in a truck near bananas. Hint of lime. And then skipping to the end, single Skittle dissolved in water. And this one, this blue from Fancy Gloss, is Icy Goddess, which does not fit that theme at all. But you know what? It can be there in spirit. Okay, so this should be pretty easy. It's not gonna be like painting the rainbow. In fact, I can move my palette now. I'm gonna move this out of the way. This palette's pretty sick. I can do it now. Check it out. Oh, I can't do it now. Well, when these fully dry, the paint peelies will just pop out. Say that 10 times fast. Paint peelies will pop out. Set that over there. This is where my brushes are supposed to be, up against my acetone bottle. Readjusting again. I like to have my bottles in a line. I don't know why. Okay. That's better. Look at all this space I have again. Now all of a sudden I have space again. That's so much better. Not having spaces. I gotta remember that. All right. Okay. All right. I think that's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna dab it onto the whites. I don't think I'm gonna make it very controlled. I think I'll be all right with a little painterly. That's kind of like the my right hand is a bit painterly. The going back and forth between which hand is which is really helping with my dyscalculia. I do have to say that. Reorienting, it's like memory practice. That blue doesn't show up very well. That's okay. It's like, it's different pigments. It's different pigments. Oh, come on. Let's focus now. So the blue is in the very bottom. And you can't really... You can see the shimmer there. Yeah, you can see the shimmer there. But it looks mostly white. That's all right. I guess the purple does too, so it's not that bad. From a distance here, it looks a little... I don't know about that. I think I might wipe that off. And by wipe it off, I'm just gonna... It's a little tricky, but because we did that smudge-free top coat, it should be okay. No, I'm gonna make a mess. I might need to redo my thumb. How do I save this? How do I save this? I think I'm just gonna redo it. I don't think they're saving it. So I'm looking for... This will be a little tricky because cotton pads with wet nails are a nightmare. But we have tools. We can make it through. We will survive. Okay. I've done this before. You think you're gonna have a nice addition to your nails, and then it's like, oh no, I actually too far. I went too far this time. Okay. This is how I get the nail polish off when I'm redoing a nail. Since all my fingers are wet, I need to be really careful about the acetone. I will just kind of like hold the tweezers on it until it starts to sit and pull up the polish. And I'm gonna get this white. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna be a little cheater today. Don't look, it's the Orly polish, the one I put away earlier. The white one. I'm gonna see the opacity difference between the two that I've already tried. And I'm pretty sure it'll be much more opaque than the other two. That's what I've found before. But it's not a base coat, and the other two are acting like base coats. The Glisten and Glow, I'm pretty sure is not a base coat, but it was fairly streaky. So I'm gonna treat it like one. Okay, I can feel the acetone is pretty cold actually. Let's just pull it off the nail. Okay, now I'm trying to be very careful and not to bump my nails. Ah, everything's falling. One second. I bumped my nail, but not in a bad way. And just, this is how it goes. I just need to, because I haven't put my top coat on yet. And I'm going to. I think I'm going to do that next. The top coat will seal it, and then it will stop being sticky like this. But I probably should get this nail done first. Okay, once again, I have a bare nail. Once again, we're gonna paint it. But you saw how fast I painted that before. Here's the palette again. At least I haven't put anything away except my paintbrush. I like this paintbrush. Alright. So I'm going to shake this Orly one more time first, just to distribute the pigment. I did notice this one has a tendency to separate. That's better. Make sure your pigments are appropriately distributed, or else You might not be getting the polish as intended. Might be a little thin if it's not mixed up. Much more opaque. It's just too bad, like J.K. Rowling's a bitch, you know? There we go. It's pretty well done if I do say so myself. Just one little spot. One little tiny little spot to clean up on the side there. It does have to dry, so while this is drying, I will put the top coat on my right hand. Those little pauses are me trying to remember if it's right or left. Okay. Just looking at it, just looking. Get the top coat. Top coat. Toy boat. I need other tongue twisters. I like tongue twisters. Whether the weather is good or whether the weather is bad, we'll be together. We'll be together. What the heck is wrong with my top coat? I think I need to shake it. It's feeling kind of gummy. Like it's like I just put thinner in there. Whoa, yeah, it's kind of dense. I think I need to shake this. You don't usually want to shake your top coat or your base coat for that matter, because it like incorporates air bubbles into the mixture. I didn't really do anything. That didn't really do anything. Oh, dang. I think I need a new bottle of top coat. I think that's what this is telling me, is that the I know what's happening here. I've just been adding top coat every time it starts to get like empty, and the older top coat in here, oh my gosh, this is so dense. This is crazy. The older top coat is just like sort of starting to gel around the edges, and so when I'm adding the new top coat, it's not fully incorporating. It's only like in the middle of the bottle that it's really like loose, but the edges, it's like starting to dry because it's too dense. Oops. Okay. Time for a new bottle. Wow. It's crazy. It almost feels like gel. And it's kind of stringy. I'm gonna have to make do with this until I can get a new bottle. I guess I'm out of refill, because that's what I was using, was Glisten and Glow refill. And I guess that's the problem here, is that you can't just keep refilling. You gotta incorporate it a little better, maybe some thinner. I wonder if I can revive it with thinner. I probably can, but I don't know if that will worsen the chemistry at all at this point. At this point, it might just be Jover, you know? I think it might be Jover. It's too bad that mail takes like a lifetime to get through the forest to my cottage. Because it's gonna be a couple weeks before I get any kind of package with a new top coat. That'll be alright. I can make do. I think we'll just by force of nature we'll have to refill the we'll have to put thinner in it. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if it's not good for it, just to make it be liquid again, usable until I get a new one. Need to sit up and stretch. Stretch. I'm glad I trusted the process. I feel confident about that. I said it. I followed through, and it followed through for me. The process followed through for me. Love it when that happens. So I'm cleaning up my cuticles where there is the top coat run over. I usually do a pretty thick coat of top coat and let it run over the edges of the design where my nail and my cuticle meet, just to help seal the edges and get as close to the nail, the cuticle as I can. And I don't want the top coat to get too sticky in there. That's what I'm trying to clean up. The cuticles themselves. I have some polish staining here, for example. I know you can't see it, but I can. Just gently go like moving the skin to clean between the spaces there. Trying to say that without an innuendo is really difficult. I'm gonna pull these cheeks apart, chat. No, I didn't say that. You didn't hear that. I didn't say that. It probably looks like I'm doing nothing but like running the brush around the edges. It's because the top coat's clear, you know. It's cleanup. Constant cleanup. Cleanup takes about half of the process, genuinely. You clean up as you go, you clean up at the end. If you're a gel artist, you kind of don't want to get the polish on your skin, so you have to be a little more skilled in the way that you're not getting the polish on the skin, period. But there are places like Brazil where a lacquer manicure, because it doesn't matter if you get it on the skin, there are some nail artists there where their process is to flood the cuticle, flood the nail with polish, and then clean it up to make the shape. So they get very messy. Like the whole process is to be messy with a Brazilian manicure. Not a lot of people do it though, because it's very inefficient. It's very inefficient, and it you know, it might even be a made-up term just to like a cope Like it's a cope. Yeah. We get our nails really messy, and then we just clean it up, and we call it a Brazilian manicure. That's right. That's definitely what we do. It's like one guy. One guy does that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's the palette. There's the nails. Okay. And the black and white are staying black and white. They're gonna stay black and white. And let's do that. Let's do that actually. While these dry. Oop. Don't fall, brush. Oops, I picked the wrong bottle. This is the empty bottle. I can't see because it's black, so I can't see that it's empty. But this is fine. I only need to paint one hand. Only need to paint this one nail. Is it fine? Is it fine? Trying to fish some paint out of there. It's very viscous. It's a very viscous shot. All right. I'm not very pleased with the consistency of this paint, but we're just gonna go for it. Yeah, it's too thick. That's what she said. That's what she said. Oh, that's way too much thinner. I need another drink of water. Just a deep breath and some water. We got this. We can do this. We got this. Let's see what happens. We're gonna mix it up. It might be more inky than painty though. It's really hard to tell sometimes with the black when you are reactivating the paint. Okay, I can feel it. I can feel it getting a little thicker in the paint pot. I'm not sure about that. So I'm gonna steal a little extra paint. Okay, let's try again. Oh, that is very liquid. That is very liquid. Yes, a little more difficult when it's this, when it's like this. I need a thinner amount on my brush. Let's get some thin lines. Nah, it's inky. Ah! It's too liquid. It's too liquid. Liquid hot polish. Dang it. This is what I was afraid of, chat. This is what I was afraid of. I've got a bubble right here I'm popping. Well, my thumb, even though I've redone it, is still going to be a little different because it's going to have these really thick lines compared to the others. See if I can just get one similar. Oh, that is just too much. I'm shaking. Deep breath, big stretch, big stretch. Wait, I went the wrong direction. Look it! What am I doing? Why did I go the wrong direction? That big breath didn't help. Can she fix it? Can they fix it? Can we fix it? We're about to find out. We're just gonna incorporate it into the design and call it call it intentional. That's what 4 hours of painting will do to you, Chet. But I did tell you I have dyscalculia, and that is a prime example of now that I'm getting tired, this loop here is supposed to go the opposite direction. So I classically did it the wrong way. Now, if I go like this and I do the manicure pose, you can't tell. If I go like this, you can kind of tell. So let me see. I might be able to fix it with one more where I loop it like that. So let's try. It's just because I'm getting tired. Okay. Not quite fixed. Not quite worse either. Just need to pick up a tiny bit. So genuinely, you're not going to be able to see it from the pose side. Just fixing a little boo-boo. There we go. Boo-boo gone. Okay. Tiny boo-boo gone. Big boo-boo. And that's just brain. That's just brain. So here it's supposed to loop out like that, but I accidentally went that way. But you won't be able to tell. Look, you can't tell. You cannot tell. You cannot tell. There's a mistake. You cannot tell. You do not see it. You do not know. You heard nothing. You saw nothing. There's nothing wrong with this manicure. Everything is normal. Everything is fine. Ooh, you saw nothing, chat. You saw nothing. Hey, chat, it's me again. Hey, how are you? How's it going? Wait. I gotta hold it like this. Hey, chat, it's me again. Yeah. Okay, where are we at? Top coat time. Let's clean. No, don't clean the brush yet. Let's take this out. So the black will need to dry a little tiny bit. Then I'm going to do the smudge-free top coat. In the meanwhile, I'm going to do the regular top coat on my other fingers here. And then the last two things I do will be to top coat to my thumb. What's she saying? A B C D M B C D M B C D M B C D. Oh, this top coat has so many bubbles in it. M B C D M B C D. I am trying to float the top coat by not pushing down too much on the design underneath, and this helps prevent smudging. Even though there's a smudge-free layer underneath this, that's the point of that was to protect it from this top coat layer. It can definitely still smudge it and move the paint underneath, because especially when it's this viscous. Yeah, it's doing that a little bit. That's okay. It'll lift it a little bit, so it'll kind of even it out, kind of the same way that it did to the rainbow nails. So it's not a bad thing. You just got to be careful that you don't press your brush down too hard, because if you press it down, then it will touch the polish a little harder. Where is my mind? My mind's just in the gutter today. Yeah, it'll I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by these bubbles, because you can fix a bubble and you can only fix it like immediately after application, so I gotta be quick. Oh, that's not a bubble. Okay, that's too bad. Those are bubbles. That's a bubble. That's a bubble. That's a bubble. It's the top coat, because it's like at its end of its life. It's like holding on to these little bubbles, and then when I apply the top coat, they kind of just stick there in between the polish. I think there's not much I can do about it. This top coat is toast. Meowdy there, Lanny. Nice to see ya. I am on my way to finishing these nails up. I just am on the cleaning phase again. So I'm just kind of free associating. I was talking about Shrek earlier. I think I'm disappointed that they've made another one, and it doesn't look good. So if I had to choose between Shrek and Toy Story, I'd probably watch Toy Story. I think a lot of people are probably making that same decision. Nothing Mike Myers has made in the last 20 years has been worth watching. So I don't know, like, I guess because it's not Mike Myers, it's just like DreamWorks and Shrek. You know, maybe. But then there's that whole thing about their children were gendered with certain eye color. And so when they did the trailer, there were like different, like the teenage boy had the eye color of the little girl from 4, implying that the teenage Shrek kid was like a transgender kid. And that was like a popular fan theory because they got the eye colors wrong, essentially. And I was into that. And then they redid the kid's eye color in the trailer specifically to correct that problem so that people couldn't have that theory anymore. I don't know. It seems like kind of trashy. God, Shrek 5, who wants to watch it? The last Puss in Boots was great, so I have hopes, but I don't think it will be good as it once was. I do agree with that the last Puss in Boots was pretty good. I like those stories. I like the realistic portrayals that they have of like when he has like a panic attack. It's like really realistic. And they put care into that story. It felt like a nice revival, and I would watch more of that. I'm pretty sure the Shrek trailer had like a screaming goat in it too, and I'm like, when was the last time anybody like thought that was funny? That's like 2016 humor. They wrote this script. Maybe this script was written like 10-15 years ago. and and they just were like, yeah, it's probably fine. Like they didn't know any better to update it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, I say it, I won't watch it, but I'll probably watch it out of curiosity, because that's what gets me. Is I just get so curious. I want to watch it anyway. I want to watch it anyway. Okay. All right. So I only have one top coat left here. So we're almost there. She said the original Shrek 5 script was actually guessed by fans. Oh, and they had to read the whole thing recently. Really? Well, maybe they had to like, what if they had some really bad older scripts? They had to go back to older drafts. Or the person who wrote it is just genuinely, they're not with the humor anymore. They're not with the kids, with the cool kids anymore. I just wish the design was a little better. I have that same complaint. Like, it's looking a little off visually. It's funny that talking about that, and I was just talking about watching Daddy Daycare. Oh, I never finished that story. That's ADHD brain not finishing any stories. So Daddy Daycare. So I did finish the movie, and the men make their daddy daycare, and they do their whole thing, and they fight against the private school and win. So there wasn't much left to say. There really wasn't much left to say. It's just a really funny concept that, like, Eddie Murphy's character as a father, like, didn't know anything about his child. Like, anything at all. Wild. Okay, enough about Daddy Daycare. Second here. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Neither. I didn't mean to do that either. It's really tough when you have wet nails. I always run into things. Why am I so clumsy? Why? Why am I so clumsy? I try really hard not to bump this, and I just immediately go right into the most dangerous activity you could do. It's looking for something off screen. I wish I could describe better what the density of this top coat feels like, because it's very interesting. It's almost like gel, like I said, is the closest thing I can think of. But that's how I know it's dying, because it's too thick. It's too thick for what I need. That's what she said. Also, that's also what she said. You don't know any of the movies coming out that you want to watch, sadly, except the huge superhero stuff. I'm a little off on the superhero updates. I need to know. I know Grogu and the Mandalorian just came out, and I love that puppeteer animatronic stuff. So I'm curious to watch that. But I haven't watched. I don't think I watched past season 1 of The Mandalorian, honestly. So I don't actually know, like, story-wise, what's going on in that world. Oh, the last season was bad. Save the time. So do I not necessarily need to have seen the last season to watch the movie? That's what I'm curious about. I know that, like, I mean, a spoiler alert if anybody hasn't seen The Mandalorian, but like, doesn't Luke show up and take Grogu away? That's where I'm like, shouldn't it have ended there? Like, that sounds like a really good ending. Okay, I don't need to have seen season 3. That sounds great. I definitely don't want to watch it. Okay. All right. Even though I had to redo the nail and I got the direction wrong, got it done. So I'm gonna get this stuff sprayed on here. This is helpful. It helps it dry faster. And here, I need more of this stuff too. I gotta put some stuff on my to get list. I need top coat and I need drying drops. Spray. Or maybe do I have some? No, not that. What's this? Nope. I guess not. Yeah, I'll have to get some. Here we are. Goth Batty and Rainbow Batty. I'm really pleased with how the rainbows turned out. For my left hands to have painted this, I think it came together really well. Perfect for Pride, perfect for June. Yeah, left hand locked in, bro. It took a while to paint this, but it was worth it. Very worth it. And I love the two-colored design here with the really bold black lines against the rainbow. I'm really big on this kind of, you know, Jekyll Hyde, A versus B, these like two really contrasting designs paired together. Oh yeah, chat. I've been going now. Oh, almost 4.5 hours. So I think I'm gonna call it there. And I do want to be back to play some games soon. Just do some fun poses while I'm wrapping up. Wrap up the VOD too. I'll just say thank you to everybody who watched, hung around, listening to me rambling. If you've seen Toy Story already, I want to hear your impressions. And I'm curious what you think about the upcoming Shrek movie. I want to know. So let me know down below in the comments. And I will be back again for another nail polish stream very soon, since this is a one and done design. I won't be adding to these for a second layer. And I anticipate probably next week, Tuesday or Wednesday or so, is when we'll be back for this. And in the meanwhile, I plan to come back and play some Dead Rising 2, probably tomorrow night, as soon as I can. And otherwise, I will see you next time. Thanks for joining. Have a good one. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.